So I'm just honest. I direct the climate energy program here at the Nicholas Institute, and thrilled to have so many of you joining us for the full day. It's we really packed a lot in. And we're heading towards the end of the day. This is I think you're going to agree, a really exciting topic here. When we're brainstorming here, 6-8 months ago about this conference we were going to hold to celebrate our 10th anniversary. We decided to settle on the theme of rapid change. The electricity sector, what's happening in the electricity sector is really front of mind for many of us who are working on questions about what are the what's the role of regulation in affecting current electricity sector decisions, and how are those regulatory signals affecting the future of the electricity sector. So it's certainly a very fitting theme for this question of do you invest in a new power plant? If so, information to invest in a new power plant. There are many other ways for innovative technologies to make their way into the electricity system. So what's the role of law affecting those choices as well? And a couple of years ago, we were working on this at the Nicholas Institute. Jim Rogers, who I think I saw just walk in, frame this, I think, in a really compelling way, which is Joe, I'm going to paraphrase you, so if I get it wrong, correct me, but you know, by 2050, right? If we think about the year 2050, almost every piece of the infrastructure we have for producing and delivering electricity in this country is going to change, is going to turn over, right? So if you think about it as at that point, you have a blank sheet of paper and then work backwards. What choices are we making today that influences what, like how we start filling in that blank sheet of paper? Um, and you know, this year, the EPA issued the Clean Power Plan, the rules for regulating CO2 emissions from existing power plants, based on a law that was written 45 years ago. This year is now being applied to the electricity sector that is going to become the next generation electricity sector. So thinking about this question of what's happening within the sector, where is it going, and what are the decision points that are going to affect the long-term trajectory, I think, is a very, very compelling question right now. And decisions being made right now, they're going to affect the future. So we have a great panel to start tackling some of those questions. We're going to start off here with David Fountain, who very recently became the Duke Energy's state president from North Carolina. So Duke Energy is the largest electricity provider here, not only here in the state, but it is the largest investor-owned utility in the nation and even the world, right? Am I getting that correct? Yeah, certainly. Closing it on the rest of the world. So David's been doing this for quite some time. Started working in the utilities field when the utility was called Carolina Power Light, which I remember having grown up in Raleigh, which then that we know today, and even early in your legal career, worked on environmental law, as I learned from reading your bio. Then we're going to turn to Chris, no, sorry, then we're going to turn to Mark Labs, who's the CEO of Soulagent Holdings, which plays a big role in um, uh, uh, the solar energy industry, um, uh, in the wholesale role of technologies and um, other components of the solar energy industry. Before that was the CEO of Climate Bridge, renewable energy finance company, and previous to that was was employed by McKinsey and Company, and then we're going to turn to Christina Johnson, which those of you who have been here at Duke for a while may have known Christina. I think a couple of careers ago, when Christina was the dean of the Pratt School of Engineering. Christina has a PhD in electrical engineering. Was undersecretary of energy at the Department of Energy, and now is the CEO of Cube Hydro Partners. So aspects of the electricity sector, and I'm going to ask each of our speakers here to offer a few opening comments, and then we're going to turn this into a conversation amongst the panelists and invite you to join the conversation. Please.
Great. Thank you so much, Jonas. Thank you for the important work that the Nicholas Institute has been doing here over the last decade. It's a real privilege to be here with you today as I take on my new role as the North Carolina president for Duke Energy. I've been in the energy sector now for about 15 years, and during that time I've seen a remarkable amount of change. Um, and we can anticipate the pace of change to really accelerate even more quickly over the next 15 years or so. You know, a little bit about these lights on. Uh, 24/7, 365. So that's one of the things that we're proud of, and we're continuing to change as a company as well. You know, as we've gotten larger and as we've gotten more scale, it's provided us with the ability to be able to uh, invest in a number of research and development opportunities around battery storage. We have already invested nearly $4 billion in renewable energy, wind and solar in particular. And so we really had the opportunity to be on the cutting edge of a lot of the change that we can expect to accelerate in the coming years. And what's really driving that change is what customer expectations. We all want to have uh, even more reliable, uh, cleaner energy sources, so that we can continue to power our lives and grow our economy. You know, it really has taken the better part of central station generation. In some cases, large nuclear plants, which are carbon-free resources, of course. In other cases, it's coal-fired power plants. Uh, Many of those have now been replaced by cleaner burning natural gas fired units. In fact, here in North Carolina, we've already retired over half of our coal-fired fleet, and replaced them with cleaner burning natural gas, and have reduced our carbon emissions over the past decade by over 25%. So we are well on our way to be able to meet a lot of the requirements of the Clean Power Plan, but we're continuing to look for ways that we can produce energy that is more efficient and cleaner as well. And that's why we invest so heavily in solar technologies and in battery storage. I really believe that when the cost of battery storage continues to drive down the cost curve, that's going to be the real game changer for all of us. literally driven by electric vehicles. How many of you here today drove a hybrid or electric vehicle to be here? Yeah, a few hands go up. That's about average, I would say. I would think in the next 10 years, uh, uh, at least half the room uh, will be raising hands. And the next 20 years, we'll all be raising our hands. Because the cost of battery storage is coming down significantly, and as it becomes more widely available, then intermittent renewable resources like wind and solar will also become more cost effective, because we'll be able to generate power that can be stored in those batteries and released in peak periods, uh, and we'll be able to uh, enable really the electric vehicle revolution that I expect we'll all see. So what are we doing to do energy to prepare for that? Well, we are investing heavily in not just the generation side of our fleet, but cleaner and renewable technologies, but also in our grid. Um, forces to be deployed across the system, so that there can be a two-way flow of those electrons. So one of the things that we're doing is aggressively investing in price ourselves out of this very favorable economic environment that we developed here in North Carolina. We expect to have 3 million new North Carolinians in the next 15 years. That's a 33% increase from our current population of 9 million North Carolinians. And we're investing now for the infrastructure of the future so that we can ensure that we continue to provide that safe, reliable, affordable, customer-focused energy solution that each one of you counts on us to provide every day.
Good. Great. Thank you very much. Perfect. Well, thank you all so much for having me today and showing us. Really excited to get to spend a few minutes with you as well as David and Christina here. It's interesting. As I came into this panel, I recognized that I was the in some ways the little guy in this panel, and there's a range of ways that probably plays out, but the most obvious is that both of the other players have a background in utility scale energy or big energy. And Solar, we really focus on smaller scale, either residential or it's largest commercial scale solar energy. So I, I recently had a conversation with the, the head of the solar industry and the associations uh, chairman. It's the sort of a lobbying group for the solar industry. And, um, he ended up being jealous because we had about 1,000 more customers than they had members. Um, and as we talk to those companies that are currently experiencing pretty extraordinary growth. Solar is growing in the United States at a rate depending on how you slice it and dice it, somewhere 50, near 50% year over year. It's all of a small base compared to the existing infrastructure, but it's a remarkable growth rate for the companies that we work with that are going through it and living it every day. It means year over year they're having to do in some cases twice or three times as much work as they did before. On average, they're at least trying to increase their teams, their crews, the number of systems they're putting on rooftops by 50 to 60%. And as we try and talk to them about what their biggest challenges are, some of them are the simple growing pains of an industry that's being transformed. It's I hear about a lot. Um, I, I, I can't, um, I'm not sure which technology company is this, the manufacturers that are supplying me are going to survive and which ones aren't. And therefore, I'm not sure who I should be working with. Um, but two of them are particularly interesting to me in the context of thinking about this sector more generally. Um, one of them is the cost of customer acquisition. So right now, the solar companies we work with spend a lot of money to reach out to customers like people in this room and explain whether or not solar might work for them. Um, and in California, that's become a more and more familiar process, and it's sort of not as foreign of an idea anymore. But even here in North Carolina, the idea of putting solar on your roof is still something that's pretty out there for most consumers. Um, the second one that they're struggling with is the cost of financing those systems. So the cost of the solar system is roughly in the ballpark of the cost of buying a new car today. Call it a $20,000
probably wouldn't just pay $20,000 in cash and drive it off the lot. Instead, we would need to finance that purchase with some kind of solution. Either we might lease the car, or we might take out a loan and pay up front in cash, but then pay a loan premium to the bank or other lender over time. Solar is just beginning to have that in a bigger and bigger way. And because the technology is so new, banks are still figuring out how risky those loans are, where those leases are. And the result is that right now, you still pay a fairly large amount of money for the privilege of having somebody else pay for your solar system up front. So that you can pay for it over time. And as we sort of look towards the electricity sector, the future, I think my expectation is that some of the companies we're working with are going to end up being called them distributed utilities themselves over time. But many of them actually don't want to play that role. They are, at the end of the day, construction companies. Their core business is to have the best people to make sure that that system keeps working for the next 30 years. Um, and I think there's an open question, and one that I think is an interesting one to talk about today, which is as we think about an electricity sector that is increasingly distributed. Solar is viable for generation, as David was saying, storage is becoming more and more compelling, and you throw energy efficiency into the mix, and suddenly you see an energy ecosystem not that long from now that is much more spread out instead of centralized. And one way to think about that energy ecosystem is to think that it's just going to be a wholesale replacement, right? There's people in my industry that would say, David's on the way out. We're on the way in, and you know, solar will rule the world. I think that's a little bit naive, and not because those companies can't be successful, indeed not because they won't play a really vital role in the transformation of our energy economy. But because there's a couple of other things that existing utilities just electric utilities. The same is true for phone companies, cable companies, and others, which is one, they manage relationships with millions and millions of customers. And two, they have a really low cost of capital and can therefore make access to energy, whatever that type of energy might be. Coal power plant energy that they deliver over transmission lines or solar energy that they deliver from a roof available to people that want to consume that energy. And I think there's an interesting and open question about the degree to which incumbents in this energy space will be part of um, managing and indeed possibly even accelerating the transition to a more distributed energy economy versus being opponents to that transition and instead trying to slow the change. And we at Solar are excited about making that transition happen as quickly as we possibly can, partially from a personal perspective, because I believe it's valuable in our response to climate change, but also the consumer is going to save money month over month on their energy bills. Um, and, and, and the reason is because, lo and behold, if they pay less to buy energy from the grid, they'll put paying their solar bill down. Solar bill and buy from the grid instead. And to me, that's a really, really powerful um, development that just wasn't true only a short time ago. 5 years ago, certainly 10 years ago, um, the number of incentives we believe we need to put in place to make solar make sense for a consumer was a remarkable stat. Um, it's still, frankly, is not a winning proposition in most of the state of North Carolina. But in a growing part of the United States, and certainly in other places around the world, solar today makes sense with few, or in some cases, no incentives at all. And I'm excited by that transition that's coming right now to say, I can produce distributed renewable energy in a way that is reliable to the consumer, saves them money, and is more climate friendly. And I think we're excited to see how these new interests, these new are still maturing themselves can grow with solar to bring that new innovation to the market. But ideally do it in a way that leverages the knowledge experience, the balance sheet of some of the other players on this panel who know how to handle energy assets that have 20, 30, 40-year lives, and need to be serviced and managed and built for over that whole time. So excited to be here today to talk about it further.
Thank you so much, Mark. Christina.
Thank you, Jonas. And it's a pleasure to be back at Duke, and also to participate in this 10th birthday celebration. You know, I'm thinking about what the electrical grid will look like in the future. I think it's interesting to step back and just think about our energy consumption as a whole, because right now about 31% of our energy and hence emissions come from the electricity grid. But as David noted, in the next decade, many of us will migrate to at least hybrids, if not electric vehicles. Right now, 27% of our energy consumption is in personal wells, in transportation, the majority in personal transportation. So that means about 60% of our energy consumption our goal of 83% clean electricity by 2050. So when I think about that and think about the migration to electric vehicles, I think back to a plan we put in place in 2010 to see how fast and since this is talking about the rapid change things have changed. When I was under Secretary of Energy, the Obama administration had a goal of 83% clean electricity. Well, actually, reduction in greenhouse gases by 2050. We actually wrote a plan called the Strategic Technology Energy Plan, which is how we get there. Now, being an engineer, if you have a goal, the first thing you do is break it down into smaller pieces. And so we put a middle point at 80% clean electricity by 2035. Actually, the president put it into his 2011 State of the Union address, which is a political appointee is the highest form of I'm not sure what, but anyway, it's what everybody wants to be. I was going to say flattery, but then you have to go and do something about it. So so we did, and that was an interesting goal. And here's what the energy consumption constant. And then the electric sector, if we decarbonize it, would be a third nuclear. It's 20% today. A third renewables. And a third fossil fuels, of which half would have to have carbon capture and sequestration. So fast forward to 2015, we had Fukushima, and we're building the first two nuclear power plants since what, the 90s. And they're probably at a cost of $6,000 per kW, which is not economic. So our nuclear industry is not moving forward in the way it would need to in order to hit 30% a third nuclear. Carbon capture and sequestration, most of the major projects at scale have been stopped because they're also not economic. However, I'm pretty optimistic today because there's a way we can get there, and we're really on that path. And so the first thing is energy efficiency. We're going to have to lean in more instead of just keeping our consumption flat. We're going to have to get a 6 from energy efficiency. The good news is if you look over the last 40 years, we've saved 2,000 quads of energy by energy efficiency. better than 30 quads a year. We're actually at about 50. So that's huge. So I think we will get a 6 from energy efficiency. The other 6 will certainly get from natural gas. And then a third nuclear and hydro together. That's what they are now. We have to make sure that we continue to optimize and upgrade hydropower plants. So that's what my advocation is right now. And then half will come from renewables. You may say that's a lot. When you think renewables, I mean wind and solar. So in 2014, 53% of the new capacity installed in the U.S. were from wind and solar. And a lot of that has to do with putting in place policies that actually drove that, which I think we'll might talk about later on. So I'm actually pretty optimistic we can get to a near zero carbon future for the electric sector. When I left the administration, you know, when you leave the administration, those of you that have served, you we put together panels and the charger and storage in an electric vehicle and wrap it all up and actually do a rental service. Okay, then the reality came that I had no money. Okay, small detail. So, that is actually going to happen. You see it today. And that's why I chose this particular slide here, because this may have been over 100 years ago, where you have Thomas Edison talking to Henry Ford, but today we see that happening with Elon Musk talking to Lyndon and Ride. They grew up together, they know each other well. We will see that, and that will be part of the grid. In the future will be distributed energy resources. So I think that that's going to be a big shift for the grid sector going forward, and that's one of the stunning things. I think the other, just to conclude this part of my remarks or reflection is that's a tremendous change in 5 years. Probably the last time that happened I think that's pretty exciting. Um, I think if I look at today in 2015, the future, I think we see a little symptom of it by even living in Durham. So when I first came to Durham in 1999, you know, the old saying is, you don't have to own a restaurant to get a good meal. Well, I'm not sure that was true in 1999 in Durham, but today it's certainly true. You don't have to own a restaurant to get a good meal. You don't have to own a car to get a good personal transportation with Uber. You don't have to own a couch to get a good night's sleep. And you don't really have to own, with all due respect, a central power plant to get electricity. And so I think if we go to just the next slide, one last slide. If we can, I have it. Was it electrical engineer? Um, what was is the operative word. So this is what Amory Lovins talks about, migrating from pigs to seals. We're moving from a society and a culture where it's been personalized, internal combustion, gasoline, steel dominated. And we're moving to seals which are shared autonomous lightweight services. And I think that is really a shift, particularly the combination of the Internet of things and everything, and the ability to manage our electrical use through the iPhone or through any other sort of Android. I don't want to be spokesperson for any particular gadget that one might have. But I think that is where the future is going to be. So the question is, how can we do it in a way that provides the low cost, stable, and reliable electricity that David, you've provided us all this time. So I think that's our challenge. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I want to actually build on some of the comments that Christina, actually, that all of you are kind of referring to this kind of the long-term vision for the electricity sector. Let me say for you out there, I'm going to ask this question. Let them start responding, and then please feel free to raise your hand, and I would love to turn this into a conversation among all of us in the room. So, so some of the, as an observer of the electricity sector, some of the dominant storylines over the past few years all seem to be very reactive, right? So plan. Reacting to that, right? Solar, more people are putting solar on the rooftop, so electric utilities now are, you know, are engaging in that metering debate. So how do we switch from a reactive approach to electricity sector decision making to a kind of proactive, this is where we want the system to go. This is what we want to achieve out of the electricity sector, which is presumably some combination of affordability, reliability, and clean. Um, and you know, how much of that is private market going to do by itself, and how much does government need to play a role in kind of creating the vision that we're moving towards, as opposed to creating the vision of the thing that we don't want. So kind of causing a reaction.
Sure, I'll start off first. Folks can comment as well. You know, I of course believe that there's a misperception that the utility industry is just reactive. I would say that expectations. You know, while we don't have a national energy policy in place to help really guide the nation forward, I think the electric utility industry as a whole has been very engaged in trying to uh, anticipate what the expectations of the using and consuming public are. And that's one of the reasons why at Duke Energy we have voluntarily gone forward with our investments in solar and renewables in such a big way. Certainly been no mandate yet to do that. We've been doing it for years. Uh, uh, and that has positioned us well in order to comply with the Clean Power Plan going forward. Uh, uh, yeah, with different price points across the country, there are going to be naturally different types of discussions around how quickly the pace of change should accelerate. And I think that's natural and it's healthy. You know, the hard questions are the ones that we all need to be asking ourselves about, you know, should we adopt the same model that uh, Germany did, for instance, when they went to a very aggressively to the low carbon future. And
about at some level, I guess I'm here as part of the industry that's forced a bunch of the incumbents to react. So from that perspective, um, I, I like the fact that solar has been able to be disruptive. But if I think a little bit more generally about that concept of being proactive versus reactive, I expect that a lot of the story of this sector over the next 50 years will be about marginal differences in response. Um, it's not that the electricity sector has been proactive or reactive, but rather that Duke Energy has taken a different approach than one of its competitors jobs of creating a policy infrastructure that incentivizes a stable, uh, reliable transition towards a different type of energy ecosystem. And I think the same is the same is true with incumbents in the energy sector. There's players that are making investments, whether it's by leveraging their balance sheet and their customer bases, or leveraging their expertise and power to make investments in that transition. And there's others that are allocating that same pool of capital towards lobbying or other regressive measures that might not be trying to make that transition a smooth one. And as I sort of think about where the solar industry is at in that ecosystem, it's frankly until very recently been viewed itself as a bunch of Davids that are sort of standing outside looking at Goliaths of existing utility infrastructure and government, and saying we don't have a place here. You know, that's beginning to change. Solar City and London are is getting big enough to have a seat at the table industry is becoming a big enough part of the story that that orientation of being on the outside and just continuing to sort of lob more solar systems up until somebody cares is starting to change to a dialogue about what that energy economy looks like over time. But I think, as with regards to that idea of being proactive versus reactive, I think my conviction is that we're going to have players that lead the way, and we're going to have players that fall behind. And the story is going to play out in which businesses and which governments select to be leaders versus laggards as we make that transition to a hopefully cleaner, while still reliable energy economy.
The only thing I would add a little bit, because I would agree with everything you're saying. I think there are a couple of things that we need to take into account. One is that what happens to our low-income families who don't get the opportunity, don't have the ability to invest maybe in their own personal grid, if you will. There are solar panels, so then the distribution transmission charges are some ways, maybe you might argue, but I think that the government has picked a winner in terms of renewables, and I think it was solar, by the way that the incentives were set up. Wind, it had a short horizon. Hydro had nothing until 2005, and then the wind is always up and down and up and down. If you plot the installation of wind over the last 5 years, you'll see exactly when the incentives were, and then when they weren't, when they were. Solar has been steady, and it's grown by sixfold. So I think that really what we need, and it's something that David, your industry has been a leader in, is you have the knowledge of how to operate an electrical system. And what you were saying with the two-way meters and being able to use your customers to have this distributed storage capability to do actually generation following as opposed to load fall. You know, as opposed to demand following. I think is key. So if we're going to get to a low carbon future, I think it's going to be driven by energy efficiency, photovoltaics, and electric vehicles. And I think all those work together, and you probably know how to do that at scale. So we're looking to you for
Do not only do our lower electric rates provide for economic development opportunities in the traditional way that we think about them, but also you know, help provide opportunities for those most fragile customers in our society. So here in North Carolina, as I mentioned, we have about 9 million uh, North Carolinians currently, and our uh, poverty rate, at least those living at or below the federal poverty line, sadly, is still about 17.5%. That means uh, there are over a million North Carolinians who are living at or below the federal poverty line. So we've got to be sensitive in the way that we, you know, accelerate this change while mitigating price impacts for those customers. We want them to be able to share in the benefit of a rising economy as well. Um, so that's certainly a factor that we're taking into account. But again, you know, the Duke Energy in the industry, I think, is um, uh, trying to work as collaboratively as possible, certainly with a variety of government agencies in driving policy forward in a way that will help the energy economy of the United States become really an independent energy economy as quickly as we can. but at Duke Energy, we are closing the gap around helping to finance energy efficiency costs for those homes. So we do have a program here in North Carolina where uh, we provide free home energy audits. Some of our staff will go to the homes that are requested by low-income customers, and we'll do free home energy audits. And then we don't stop there. We actually help perform the retrofits to provide energy efficiency opportunities, things as basic as weather stripping to, in some cases, helping change out low efficiency refrigerators and things like that through our $20 million helping home program, and that's one of the things that we've been working with a variety of stakeholder groups to spread the word on, and that's something that we're proud to promote here in North Carolina. And it's a concept that I think that will begin to take root in other jurisdictions as well. That's a great question. Thank you for that. a rate that it won't be long before residential scale solar will be more widely affordable to a larger uh, uh, segment of the population. Currently, uh, um, utility scale solar, which is where you build a multiple megawatt solar farm across tens, if not hundreds of acres, is the most cost-efficient way to uh, to generate solar electricity. And that's one of the reasons that I mentioned Duke Energy has invested over $4 billion in renewable energy. All of that also includes wind energy. In North Carolina, we've invested over $500 million in solar energy, primarily through utility scale solar. And that's something that we've been able to be successful with because the economics support that. From a residential standpoint, um, the economics aren't quite there yet, but I would say that again, battery storage technology becomes more uh, technologically uh, mature, then that is something that will uh, enable residential scale solar to become more wider segment of the population. So instead of having a capacity factor that might be less than 50%, because the solar panels only being able to generate electricity when the sun is shining. If you can generate and store that electricity through battery alternatives, then you'll have basically a lower cost of generating and storing that energy in a way that makes it more affordable for a larger segment of the population. And we're preparing our grid for that day when it that occurs, because we know it's coming, and we embrace that. So,
The industry more generally is seeing a shift in terms of growth rates away from utility and towards more both commercial and industrial and residential scale solar now. So if we look at relative growth rates, we're seeing that transition. And there's there's sort of two pieces of the puzzle, and that concept of generation. I expect it will always be cheaper to generate utility scale solar power. But because you then have to cover transmission costs and transmission losses after generation on a utility scale project, benefits from migrating towards more distributed energy over time. Right now, the utilities in some ways, especially where there's net metering in place, are bearing some of the costs um, of the storage of that energy at present. I think battery solutions are going to make the uh, we'll call it incentive free value proposition of solar significantly more compelling. And certainly, I think, as we look at as we look at where we're seeing the biggest growth as a company, it's happening in places where grid electricity is really expensive, and where there's therefore an opportunity to achieve a material savings through a distributed generation model. That seems to be where solar is finding its most fertile soil. You know, Hawaii is probably the most dramatic example of that in the United States. California is an example of it. In places where the population is lucky to have a really, really low cost of electricity, as it is in North Carolina today. Solar has had less of an uptake thus far, but one of the interesting there's a great graph. If I had chosen one chart to put up today, there was a piece put out maybe 12 or 18 months ago now that showed the cost per BTU or kilowatt hour of different generation sources, and it's a bunch of lines sort of bumbling along the bottom of the chart. And then this line falling straight from above that actually, when you first look at it, it looks like it's actually just the line on the border of the chart, but is actually solar's cost. And I think Bernstein put it out a little while back, and it's very interesting to consider the ways in which even today, after some of the most dramatic reductions in the solar industry, we expect to still see a roughly 10% decrease in the installed cost of solar year over year for at least a few more years. And that means we start to make sense in more and more places pretty darn quickly. 10% year over year, if you were to think about what that means on your bill, it means last year I paid year I pay 73. That's really meaningful reductions on a time scale for somebody who's thinking about 50 years. Um, Obviously, you can't stay that way forever, but we haven't seen the bottom yet, and we think that means there's a lot of places solar is going to work soon, or maybe even works already, where we haven't come anywhere close to hitting the potential penetration in this market.
I think that grid scale utilities scale solar was good in terms of, you know, getting that rate of, you double the amount of installations you have, the cost. I think the problem I think about it is if you step back again and say, what I'm not a fan of utility solar is that for 20 megawatts you use up about 200 acres of land, right? So it's enormously land intensive. When I think about that, if you ask food security individuals, they might comment that well, apparently the world only has 60 harvests left. So some of you are going to be live in 60 years. When you said that you're the little person on the panel, I was thinking you were thinking we were just old. Well, that's true. We are old. I will be around in 60 years, but many where, as you mentioned, Mark, where people are going is certainly residential, but also community-based, which I think is also a very powerful. You can't get enough if you're a company at 10 kilowatts at a time. I mean, I have a hydropower company, and we find it hard to get somewhere at 10 megawatts at a time. So I think you need to take into account not only the amount of land you use, but also the amount of water. What I love about solar and some of the renewables is just the lack of water intensity. So, you know, I think North Carolina still has what, 67 coal-fired plants, maybe 13,000 megawatts, and average location maybe a couple hundred megawatts. Well, that's about 400 million gallons of water that's used in the process, and how you reclaim that. I like that it's not as water intensive in terms of the renewables as well. But we have to think about all these things. You know, you want to eat, you want to drink, and you want to have electricity. Interestingly enough, though, I think I read somewhere where when there was a hurricane and the power went out, that what most of the students were concerned to the internet as opposed to food. Now, water you can't live with very, very long. But, you know, I don't care about food, but I need my internet. So it's electricity is still king or queen.
For the sake two questions here. Why don't, let me get both of these, and then for the sake of time, I'll ask you to address one or both of them. We'll go down the panel. Yes.
so I think I was the one who mentioned the 53% of the new capacities. So that you're quite right. That's power. That's megawatts. Now, the efficiency of wind with the taller turbines and the longer blades is actually above 30% now. And so, you know, that's pretty good. I think solar is probably around 15%. So I think part of the future is to design systems that integrate the renewables. So we did a study, and we are actually proposing a relationship we have with the nonprofit solar and hydropower together, because hydropower is very, very strong in the winter. It's seasonal as opposed to diurnal. Solar is very, very strong in the summer when, you know, the hydro is not quite as flowing. They actually give you a nice flat load. And I know you don't want me to say this, but I have to say it because it's really is storage. So give you an example. A decade ago, it cost over $1,400 per kilowatt hour battery storage. Today, it's $200 within the next decade. It'll be under 150, which is the sweet spot where it's affordable. So the answer actually is storage. The only storage at scale that I know right now pump storage is hydropower. It's what backs up your nuclear fleet, and it is storage at grid scale, which is exciting. I do think battery storage in the home is pretty simple solution. But maybe there is another type of storage. Your refrigerator is a great storage, right? I mean, that's a great thermal storage. And so when you do demand response, you're probably cycling down the refrigerator when you turn on the air conditioning. So I think it's aggregating. Talk about big data. It's aggregating all your customers that have a little bit of storage that they can give up and share among a community. And I think that's where the future is going to be, is the integration data, large amount of storage.
And I would agree with that. You know, one of the things that we're deploying now are investment in our smart meters. Yes. So this is not just a traditional analog meter that spins around like this. This is we've got you know, invest in digital meters so that we can in real time provide the consumer the opportunity to track the amount of energy they're generating if they've got solar or other renewable resource process of really the front end of the process of changing out those meters currently. And so it's going to be important for us to get those meters installed so that then we can integrate what is really going to be potentially hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of small generators that will then be releasing power from their system, either when the sun is shining, if it's the case of a renewable resource, or releasing capacity from the batteries that may be used to store that energy. So really the system integration of going from, in our case, you know, dozens or maybe hundreds of generating resources to hundreds of thousands or millions of generating resources is going to be a critical step to how quickly we can accelerate our energy economy into one so that consumers have the ability to both generate as well as consume power.
Any thoughts on that question? The first question of storage and changing the economics of the sector as a, you know, changing versus non-peak uh, times of day?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, to the extent that we've got uh, uh, additional energy storage, whether it's through pump storage, hydro, like we have currently on our system, backing up our nuclear fleets, or if it's more on a uh, uh, micro basis, on an individual basis with battery storage and homes and things like that. To the extent that we can have more energy resources to dispatch during those uh, peak times and shave off the top of what we consider to be the needle peaks. So, for example, this February, we had the polar vortex at Duke Energy. We set our all-time energy usage high at about 7:30 a.m. on February 20th. And you know, to the extent that we had additional, now we did use demand side management as a way to shave that peak a little bit, but to the extent that we can continue to uh, drive other storage solutions that we could then call on in order to shave that peak off, as well as other energy efficiency alternatives. Um, so that people will voluntarily uh, uh, shed some of the load during those peak times. investment in resources that we would need to fund in order to meet those peak demands and ensure that our system remains stable during those high demand periods.
You see volatility in the gas markets, and you see volatility in the weather, which regrettably, if we don't solve our climate, or at least our greenhouse gas emissions, will see climate dynamics that are quite unusual. You will definitely get a demand, you know, a payback between night and day use. We haven't seen a lot of volatility in the summer. We haven't seen a lot of volatility in the spring. So it's been interesting. There really hasn't been much of a margin during the summer, but in the winter you'll see it. You'll see it January, February, as you mentioned.
Give me the last word here.
So, you know, it's funny as we, especially as we reach the end of the conversation and talking a little bit about peak and volatility, I think one of the things that's interesting that we didn't talk a ton about, at least in using the catchphrase, was about sort of the smart grid and software, and you know, we talked about making it a two-lane highway, but in that spirit of thinking about especially the sector of the future, I think it's interesting to realize that in almost become a power plant by the time the story we played out today is done, right? I have distributed generation. I'm actively thinking about an efficiency, energy efficiency at a local level. I potentially have integrated storage as well, so that I can delay and time defer from high demand periods to low demand periods. And and we're just now beginning to get the software at a utility scale to think about that two-way street. Much less at a sort of more localized scale. And I'm excited about the future where that peak looks very, very, very different if you effectively insulated your home, have efficient appliances, have efficient lighting, have the ability if the utility calls on you to turn off your refrigerator for an hour, which you won't experience any harm from, but which can make a big difference in terms of what peak load looks like at that particular moment. And to imagine a model where consumers can be much more hits. We're speaking to people in this room. I think most consumers feel removed from the decision making that actually drives what the sector looks like. And it's really interesting to consider the ways in which individuals can be much more proactive instead of reactive agents themselves in defining what this sector looks like not that far in the future.
Wonderful. I think this is obviously it's a conversation that is going to play out over a long period of time. It's going to include investment of many billions of dollars as we start turning that blank sheet of paper into a fleshed out story, and thinking about the role of policy just to continue the analogy, thinking about the role of policy in setting the table of contents, but how that story plays out, I think is a fascinating thing to think